Hello, and welcome to Bard College. We are streaming a new adventure for the next 3 sessions, taking a short break from our main campaign to delve into the history of the newest member of the Starseekers, Giselle. I will say that this adventure is an adaptation of an adventure in the Candlekeep Mysteries book, A Scrivener's Tale. But many of the locations have been changed to fit a combination of my homebrew world and Kobold Press's Shadowfey realm, which you can look at in the Book of Ebb and Tides. I recommend it. It's brilliant. I'll also say that some of the music you might hear today is from Questmaster, with permission from them. Thank you very much. You can check them out on Bandcamp or YouTube. So, guys, welcome. I think that three sessions for this adventure should be quite generous, and thus we will not be rushed through the adventure. And rather than do some mind-bending, Deus Ex Machina stuff to justify this party coming together at the start, they will probably come together more organically over the course of this session. So please be patient. Everyone will get some time in the spotlight. It just might not all come at once. Happy with that?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, we will start the adventure about 5 years before the start of the Courage of Cerulea campaign. And we will start in the Jewel of the Isles, the desert oasis city of Najarim. I will take you there now. It's a little zoomed in version of a map that I did earlier.
Pretty.
So, as you know, Najarim is presided over by Prince Leva and his family, refugees from the Plane of Fire, who managed to, scuttling their resources there and bringing over as much of their wealth and influence as possible. They started to set up this city on the western continent of Cerulea. And it became a burgeoning desert metropolis. Small, but heavily developed, like buildings on top of buildings, magical waterways, etc., and seemed to attract those people who were perhaps fleeing the settlement wars or looking to make a name for themselves in this kind of unusual and interesting place. Obviously, the settlement wars will have ended a number of years, decade or two, before our adventure. And we will pick up in the Grand Library of Al-Arat, presided over by Eamon Eris. Eamon Eris is a half-drow elf who, following a successful campaign in the settlement wars, not attached to the elf nobility, decided to turn his hands to education. He gained great power from reading magical and mysterious tomes over his long life thus far. And he's decided to encourage the education and reading of similar touch tones to the disenfranchised children of Nazarim. Many orphans of the settlement wars grew up here, and thus Aemon took it upon himself to adopt these lost children of Nasharim and provide them with an education that might benefit themselves in their future life. One such orphan, one such lost child is Giselle. Giselle, you have been here for a while, and you've managed to work your way into Aemon's good graces and stand out as someone with a keen knack and natural talent for magic. How would you be spending most of your time in the Grand Library?
Well, if it's 4 to 5 years ago, Giselle's quite young. Too young, but quite young. I think she will be given tasks of stacking, cleaning, alphabetizing, all the books in the library. So you'll probably see her with a stack, 12 books over her head, running forward to sort and organize.
One of the other young people in the Grand Library of Al-Harak, with whom you look towards with some jealousy, but more admiration, is Alethra Eris, Aemon's only daughter. And you would often spy Alethra being given preferential treatment to the most special tomes. And at your ages, young as you are, it became somewhat competitive between you at times. Some petulance, some vying for, and competition for Aemon's attention. Well, for those people who may be new to this adventure and for Sven's benefit, our guest player, would you like to describe what Giselle looks like at this time?
I didn't give you much when I started, to be fair. I said purple skin and purple eyes, and she wears a red cloak. I didn't go much into that. But she'll have long hair. As I say, she's quite young. Can I say what character like she is? She's a changeling, so she can look like anything really. But that's her basic kind of look. I'd say long brown hair, purple skin, purple eyes, and also with like a cheeky smile, like she wants to find fun in things, and she's like full on like enjoying anything that the world has to offer. It's all new to her. It's all exciting.
You come into the library one late afternoon and you see Alethra there, like with a load of parchment and scripture spread out across a table. And she is like really in depth into this very difficult tome that you've seen her been struggling at for months. She's partially translating, partially kind of practicing some of the arcane incantations described therein. But when you walk in, you see her with her head in her hands, lamenting her lack of progress and cursing under her breath. What do you do?
Is that to me?
Mm-hmm.
This is Alethra, not Giselle. I think she would go on over and ask Still working on that, hey?
Alethra, a half-elf with dark hair, looks up and scowls. Still working on that, hey? Of course I'm still working on it. Some of us have got important jobs to do. I can't hear you, Lucy.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Okay, just making comment.
Did you change your hair?
Maybe.
I know that you show off for him, you know. It's so gross. He's my dad.
Whatever. I'm gonna go and sort my books out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna not make great conversation today.
Well, some of us have got important work to do. When I get through this tome, my father's going to give me something special, he says. And maybe I'll get to join the Nine Rings. And when I'm part of the Nine Rings, I'll be able to tell you exactly what you should be doing. I'll have some power, some import, some station, and you'll be scrabbling around this dusty old place, making even less progress than I've managed to.
Good luck to that. Damon's daughter. Ugh. But if I could help, maybe I could read what you're looking at. Maybe I could help you, and you might be able to help me.
Make a persuasion check, Giselle. Oh, you want to help? Okay. Come here.
Giselle goes over.
Alethra stands up and stretches, and you hear like a back crack, and she picks up a whole massive load of parchment. I'm up to page 372. I need to get to page 450 by tonight. Thanks, love. And she pats you on the head and walks straight past you.
I didn't say that I'd read it for you.
And she's gone.
Well, she's not going to learn it.
So, night draws in that very evening, and the library, the public attendants of the library start to kind of filter out. And many of the children who work and learn in the library start to kind of get together, have a little bit of fun. Obviously, only in like pre-designated areas. You know that Eamon is a stern taskmaster, and he doesn't kind of tolerate much messing about. Given that you've been given a lot of work to do, Giselle, would you go and have some allotted recreation time, or would you carry on with your studies or Alethra's studies?
I think Giselle would want to carry on reading because she wants to be better than her.
Mm-hmm.
So she wants to know it better than her. So she'll carry on if she's got the time to do it.
Okay. Many of the children go and kind of make themselves scarce. And one of your father's like key assistants is a white kind of cockatiel-looking Aarakocra who kind of does the rounds. You would know him as Eridor, and he just kind of makes sure that all the books have been put away normally, and that the building is secure, and he even sets off some arcane glyphs to make sure there's no kind of intrusion, and that missing books are magically returned to their right places. He's tall, and he wears all black, but he is a gentle and softer attendant to the library than your father is. And you just see him kind of walk past you and kind of just hover at your shoulder, kind of reading over your shoulder. He doesn't say anything.
Hello?
Staying up late, are we, Giselle?
Yes, I have some reading to do tonight. Is that okay?
You know you're welcome to stay up as late as you like. However, your father does have an important meeting scheduled, so if I were you, I'd make sure that you're quiet. I know you can be.
I'll try.
You know where I am if you need anything. I'll be down in the lounge.
Okie dokie.
And this white-feathered, black-beaked, tall Aarakocra walks down the circular staircase into the lounge area, which is the main vestibule between the grand entrance of the Grand Library and the city streets of Nazarene. When he reaches the foyer, the door flings open and a cold wind blows in. Sven, would you like to describe who stood in the doorway?
Sure. In the doorway stands not too tall of a person, maybe 6 feet tall, 6'1" at most. A somewhat older looking man with lots of grays in his semi-long hair and a very thick mustache around an old eye patch over his left eye. His expression is sour, not really angry, but more just looking a mix between annoyed and tired. He's wearing completely black clothes. You would wager maybe military looking or something, but a bit older, on the older side. At his hips, you can see a particular blue circlet type with an edge or a blade around it. And on his back is a long black cloak made of tattered leathery hide that has like a black canine head over the right shoulder.
Ah, says the Aarakocra Eridol. Constantine, you're right on time.
What? You thought that only your people are punctual, Mr. Bird?
Well, I don't wish to comment on your history of bad timekeeping, but I know that Eamon is looking forward to seeing you again. You've been gone for some time.
Indeed. Well, been here and there. You know how life goes.
Well, it's good to see you in such, and he kind of looks you up and down, good shape. I'll alert Eamon to your arrival. Please, take some refreshments in the lounge, just over to your left. He'll be with you shortly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bird. And I just kind of give a little over-exaggerated bow.
To say that you've ruffled his feathers a bit with the nickname, he is an understatement, but he kind of tilts his head to one side, collects himself, and carries on. And another library attendant kind of comes and offers to take your cloak and shows you into a more comfortable, very luxurious meeting space. With some desks, velvet cushions, long velvet drapes, gold gilded window frames. The weather isn't great in Nazarene right now. The kind of cold wind is starting to follow by some like desert mist and spray. It's not rain per se, it's just kind of condensation. and after being made to wait for 15 minutes or so, your old friend, Eamon Eris, steps in. A half-drow, silver skin, long white hair, and kind of like a green waistcoat and white silken sleeves that hang just over the wrist. He wears tight-fitting grey pantaloons and tall black boots, and a cravat with a kind of gold chain underneath, linking his collar tightly to his neck. He's very well put together. And he emerges from behind a curtain. Ah, my friend. It's good to see you.
Eamon, I see you're still chronically missing a sense of fashion.
Well, what can I say? Wearing dogs over my shoulders never really caught on.
Yes, this whole thing. I did have some trouble removing it, so to say.
I'm sure it was nothing that your usual brand of brute force couldn't overcome.
Probably, truth be told, I haven't really given it much thought. My days have been, at the same time, very long and very short these last few years.
When we set out adventuring together, you were but a whelp, a young deckhand. Time hasn't treated you very kindly.
Time, war, family, kids. There's quite a bit on that list.
Yes, and how is the most recent one? Serene, was it?
Yeah, she left me.
Fourth time wasn't a charm after all.
Nope, can't say that it was. This time, I wasn't actually the one at fault, you know.
Is that what you're telling yourself now?
What, that I wasn't at fault the fourth time or the first 3 times?
I don't know. I've never been a fan of your taste in women, but if you will choose these volatile women who are exciting, then reliability and longevity is what you must be sacrificing.
Well, I tried that with Serene. In the end, she was right to leave. I am a surly old bastard, aren't I?
I think I've said a few times yet that there'll be hope for you yet, but it's certainly dwindling in recent years.
Yes, unfortunately, I am not blessed with the longevity of life like yourself. Speaking of, how are your old bones holding you up?
Teaching the young people keeps me young. Find it engaging, exciting. I won't lie though, I do miss taking to the seas and traveling between the isles and going on adventures. I'm not sure neither you or I would cope as well as we did back in the settlement wars if we were given a second chance.
There is a lot to be said about second chances. Not really sure that we still have ours.
Well, if you can use what time you have to accelerate good causes and leave a strong legacy in your wake, then your time isn't wasted. You have children. They could yet prove to be your legacy, just as the young people in my lessons may prove to be mine. Now then, to business.
Indeed. Moves the cloak, presents a book. I have no idea why anyone wants this whole thing.
You see he is almost a bit lost for words and excited at the sight of this particular book. You've been gone for a long time since I asked you to acquire this, and I was starting to lose hope. From whence did you acquire it? What foe did you overcome?
Yes, unfortunately, I did have to take a few sidestep. You see, the agent in charge of charging the alimony that I owe did not really take the excuse that I will be paid later, so I had to stop a few times to get her the money. As for what foes stood in the place, let's not go in there. It wasn't pleasant. A whole lot of blood, so many blood.
Well, you've ensured that this book stays out of the wrong hands. And the Codex Sublimina would be extremely dangerous in such wrong hands. Thank you.
Now, hold on. How do I know your hands are in the wrong ones?
I'm insulted, Constantine.
Yes, I do that a lot.
Here it can be watched over, learnt from, archived, and its danger could be kept in check. The codexes are not good or evil intrinsically, but they bend and reflect the wielder's true intentions. It's best if one doesn't approach a codex with too much baggage or apprehension. Eridor and the Aarakocra returns. Can you take the Sublimina and this other stack of books, which he piles on top, upstairs? Elethra has been waiting for this one. Safer being read by her eyes than mine or yours. And the Aarakocra just nods. Well, Constantine, I hope you will stay for a couple of days.
Don't have any other job at the time. Just to ask, you seem to be, after all that little theatrical description of that book, you do seem to put a lot of faith in your daughter. How is the old apple of the tree?
She's a capable student, but I feel the youth these days want instant success, things handed to them without putting in the work like you and I did. She needs a more disciplined approach. But I'm sure once she comes of age, she will reap the benefit of her learning here. She has a few competitors for my good graces. Some of them have got a lot of potential. But let us not look to the children with such envy and jealousy. Let us take in a drink and reminisce about some of our days at sea.
Well, I ain't gonna say no to that.
And he pulls out a haversack that is beautifully embroidered with gold thread. A real kind of like designer backpack. It's definitely more Eamon's style than Constantine's. However, it is jam-packed with gold pieces, about 2,500, and he flings it to you.
Catch it. I'm not going to count it. We're all buddies, aren't we?
It's been good to see you. Honestly, I've been craving adult conversation after spellcraft and arcane tuition can even bore me at the best of times. Come on. Perhaps we can have time to take in a drink with the prince.
Oh, If you so like my company, I wouldn't say no to a tenure of being professor in this fine institution. I'm certain that you will need a couple firm-handed professors around here.
Maybe ask me after a few more drinks, Constantine. And with that, you guys go off and catch up and reminisce. Giselle, Eridol brings you a stack of books. He's clutching one very impressive tome to his chest, and he puts down about 4 or 5 books. Giselle, once you've finished your transcription, would you mind filing these away in the Sylvan section?
Of course.
Very good. Good evening.
Sleep well.
Oh, you don't know where Alethra's gone, do you?
No.
I'll find her. She's probably in her quarters. Good night.
Good night.
And as Eridol leaves the room, all of the candles in the library just automatically go to a very low lit. You doesn't take you much longer, maybe another hour or two to finish the transcription. Do you go put the books away?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that night, Eamon and Constantine have a bit of a catch up. And Giselle has a mysterious dream. The dream is as vivid as anything you remember from your life. You feel the sweltering sun beating down as you take shelter in the shadow of a tumble-down tower. In the distance, a vast army is on the march across mud-churned farm fields. The need to hide from that force overwhelms you, and you quickly retreat into the tower. Inside the tower's half-ruined walls, you discover a boar spear that is driven shaft down into the ground, and whose head is adorned with 3 crowns. One limb of the spear's crossguard bears a narrow silver circlet. On the other hangs a crown of adamantine, shaped to be worn over a helm. Around the spear guard is a golden crown adorned with emeralds. You feel the need to seize one of these 3 things. The silver circlet, the adamantine crown, or the golden crown adorned with emeralds. Which one do you reach for, Giselle?
The silver circlet.
As you touch the silver circlet, you wake in your bed. It's the next morning.
Have I got anything in my hand?
Nope.
Do I feel okay?
You feel fine, if a little bit freaked out.
Then she gets on with her duties, and she spends the morning thinking about what the hell that could mean.
You see, Alethra is already onto her next book, this same book that Eridor was clutching to his chest last night. As she's reading it, the pages seem to glow with like a purple haze, and her eyes seem to glow with the same purple haze. The pages turn themselves as the information seems to be inserting itself into Alethra's consciousness.
Giselle wants to go over and try and stop the pages turning.
As you go over and touch the book, it stings you for 1 lightning damage.
Oh.
Alethra is not aware of your presence, but seeing your interruption, Eridol goes over. You may not want to disturb Alethra. She's, well, as you can see, this book is quite unusual, and I wouldn't want her concentration to be interrupted.
Is she okay?
Master Aemon says that she'll be fine, and this is quite normal. These codices are very powerful tomes. Well, you will have seen various books like this before, Giselle. Like, there are lots of magical books in this library. It's just this one is, just particularly striking this morning. Giselle?
Mm-hmm.
I neglected to mention it, but the books I handed to you last night were all in Sylvan. You alphabetized them perfectly.
Oh. Well, that's lucky.
Well, either it's statistically extremely unlikely that you would just put them back in their precise places, or I wasn't aware you spoke Sylvan. You left the Feywild very young. Have you been learning it without my awareness?
No, actually, I haven't.
But come with me.
Okay.
He pulls out a book written in Sylvan called The Book of Ebon Tides. And he opens it at a page in front of you. It all makes sense to you. You read a short passage about the Queen of Air and Darkness. It's actually a noble from the Feywild that you'd heard of. The tale is about some vengeful campaign against Titania, the Queen of the Summer Court, the kind of good witch and bad witch that you would hear in many fairy tales of your childhood.
I can actually read all of this. This is new. I haven't been practicing.
Well, I'm not sure what to say. I'll report to Master Aemon about your exceptionally rapid progress. Well done, Giselle.
Thanks. Pretty excited.
What would you do next, Giselle?
I would try out, and I think she would try and read more Sylvan books, just to test the theory. And I think she would also try, when she gets bored of that, to kind of creep on the book that Alethra's got to see if she can read its title. Possible.
I want you to just make a perception check for me. Okay. You grab a few different Sylvan tomes, you spread them all out, and the curious language and the script you are drawn to. But there's one that sticks out to you. It's written in this silver ink that's particularly pretty. It's one of the books you put away last night. It's called A Scrivener's Tale. Bear with me. After you read it for a little while, you start to read the story. You start to understand that the Scrivener's Tale tells the story of an archfey called the Princess of the Shadow Glass. She's locked in a blood feud with the Queen of Air and Darkness, who rules over the Gloaming Court in the Feywild. The Queen is described as intelligent, gleaming black crystal that hovers over a throne of twisted, petrified wood. And the princess is cast in the role of the protagonist. Yet she views everybody else as a pawn in her struggle, a footnote on her personal journey to success. And you skip forward to the end that ends with a monologue written from the perspective of the Princess of the Shadow Glass, promising bloody reprisals upon anyone that the princess believes has wronged her. It's interesting.
So this matches up with sort of the story, the fairy tales of the past. But
it expands on it expands on the stuff that you saw in the Book of Ebb and Tides last night, but in a level of detail and expression that it really does remind you of home.
Ooh, okay. Well, if she can finish the book or read most of it, and I think she would want to go and I think she'd want to sort of maybe speak to some of the people that kind of knew where she was from, and connect with like stories from the past if it feels like home, just to kind of see if I can fit the pieces together.
So you bring the book with you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I think so.
Okay. So you decide to go and speak or try and seek out Eamon. Eamon is the person who rescued you from your home, so to speak, and is the one who knows most about it. However, on your way past, with that perception check, you notice something very unusual on your way past Elethra. You go up behind her. The pages are still kind of moving on their own, and this kind of strange purple haze has still overcome Elethra. But you start to worry because you realise in front of Elethra there's a mirror, and if she were to glance up, she'd see you stood behind, reading over her shoulder. So you look up towards the mirror, and you don't see your own reflection.
I see.
You just see Elethra in front of you reading.
Oh my god. Can I see me?
You can see you. You just don't seem to give a reflection.
I think I would want to test it on a reflection somewhere else within the library, just to see whether that's just the mirror.
Plenty of other mirrors. No reflections.
God. Well, then she would go seek out, obviously not Elethra, I've been told not to mess with her, but somebody that maybe just to check I'm here.
You come across one of the other children. This is Hale, a young man, Hale, human male. He's nice, someone that you might speak to, but he's like not too sharp. He's like doing like the arcane colouring book.
Nothing wrong with that.
He's got like a bowl cut. He's a bit plump. He's got sticky out ears. He's got big blue eyes. He looks up at you. Hi, Giselle.
Oh, you can see me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Should I not be able to? Did you mess up a spell again?
No. Come with me. And she wants to take him to a place where she can see a reflection and just test whether
You take him by the hand. He stands next to you in the mirror. Whoa!
You can't see me, right? But I'm here.
How did you do that? It's like you're only invisible in the mirror. That's cool.
Is it? I think it is. It's pretty cool.
Did you try and cast an invisibility spell? Did you like skimp on the components?
No.
I'm always doing that.
I know you are, but no.
Oh, maybe you should go. Maybe you should go speak to Mr. Eris. Like, what if it gets worse? What if you disappear?
What if I get in trouble? Oh god.
Oh, he likes you. He's always telling me to colour inside the lines.
I mean, it's a good pro tip, to be fair. Okay, well, cool. Tell no one. I've got to go find out more, but this wasn't me. I didn't do this.
Okay, I won't tell anyone. I promise. Now, where did I put that book? And he wanders off in the opposite direction from where he came from.
He won't remember anyway. Yeah, I want to go and find the guy from last, not Eamon, or is it Eamon or Eridol?
Eridol's the Aarakocra. Eamon's your, like, adopted father. I'm
going to go and see, well, whoever he just suggested go see.
He said Eamon.
Oh, Eamon it is. Eamon it is. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I've got somebody at my door.
Well, we're going to go to break anyway, so don't worry, Lucy.
Perfect.
Cool.
Okay. Thanks for that, guys. Sorry, some of you are waiting, but hopefully it'll be worth it.
It's really interesting.
Mm.
Glad to have you with us, Sven. It was really fun.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll be back in 20 minutes. So, see you in a bit, guys.
See you soon.
See you in a bit.
Welcome back. We are going to pick up at the Great Library of Alarak. As Giselle seeks out her father figure in Eamon, who had a night on the town with his old buddy Constantine last night. Con, I'd like you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Con make a con?
Mm-hmm. Con save, con. Okay.
Oh, yeah, the age is getting to me.
Yeah, I mean, 13's not a bad roll. You don't feel fresh as a daisy, but you're not suffering too badly either. You don't. As you emerge from your quarters, you realise that Eamon has been up as per normal. Seems as though you remember now that alcohol, port, wine, whatever you guys used to drink at sea, just never affected Eamon at all. But he swans past your room, sees you looking a little bit grey. I forgot how much you could put away of one evening.
Gotta say, not like it used to be. Feels more like a chore these days than, an outlet.
Well, you put the prince to shame. Did you really have to steal his turban and dance around the palace like a loon?
I was making a point. Also, regarding fashion as well, I have no idea what the hell is wrong with you people around here.
Well, in local places have local customs. We can't expect everybody to skulk around in all black. Anyhow, Giselle, you may have met Constantine once before. It's an old friend of mine. How are you?
I'm okay. Can we talk? It's like
talking right now.
It's like, well, is there a mirror in the room?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, and then I want to stroll over to the mirror and say, I wasn't practicing a spell, but can you see me in my reflection right now?
Eamon looks at the mirror, looks at Constantine, and he kind of shrugs. Sounds like an incantation or a sigil sequence gone wrong, Giselle? Sure, it's nothing to worry about.
No, I didn't. And I can read Sylvan now, and I didn't. This is not me. I was reading late last night a tome, but this was nothing to do with it.
And you can suddenly read Sylvan.
Yes.
Have you been? I mean, we weren't due to even look at things like comprehend languages for a good while yet. You've not been reading any of the forbidden tomes, have you? What's that one you're clutching so tightly to your chest?
Well, this is the one I picked up to test whether I could read it all. The Grifner Tale.
Griffin's Tale. Eamon walks up to you and tries to take it from you, but you are unwilling to let the book go.
Oh, my book.
Just need to hand it over, Giselle.
Trying. Maybe if I open the book for you. I don't know.
I try to pull as well, just to see what's going on.
As you go up, Constantine, you take 2 points of lightning damage as it shocks you.
Okay. Spicy book.
Let's try something else. At this point, you see Eamon's eyes flare like bright purple. Constantine, momentarily you think the sky outside has turned purple. And he casts command on you, Giselle. Drop it. And you don't. Wow. This is embarrassing. That spell works every time. Constantine, would you mind just making sure Giselle doesn't get herself into any more trouble? I need to go and consult my records.
What do you consider as a trouble?
Just make sure, just stay with her. That's all. She's fine. Giselle, you're okay, right? You're not feeling any other ill effects?
I mean, I'm pretty happy that it's like I've got magic powers. And then she goes over to the mirror and stops. Just in case.
Eamon looks to Constantine and says, I'll be 2 minutes. And swans off. In fact, he goes off to the nearest door and casts Dimension Door. He opens a door that was not there, steps through it, leaving you two alone for a second.
What a pompous bastard. He could have just walked like a normal person, but no.
He does that a lot. It depends on the urgency, which actually should probably be a little bit of a concern. This is cool though, isn't it? Isn't it? Have you seen this before?
I think we have fairly different expectations of what is cool and what is not. Anyhow, I'm supposed to take care of you, so drink.
Yes, why not?
I just kind of start walking towards wherever the mess hall, kitchen, bar, wherever we were.
Oh, you're in that same lounge area, and there's still a decanter of wine on the desk in the same room where you are.
Oh yeah, I just pour it all out as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
You know, many mages. Giselle, was it? Yeah, Giselle. Many a man and wizard throughout the history tried coming up with a cure for hangover, and you know, they were all idiots. There's a very simple cure. You want to hear it?
Sure.
Yeah, you just keep drinking.
Huh.
And I just entire glass upside down.
Giselle takes a glass. She's never had it before. Then she takes a sip, and then she does the foulest of faces. You drink that?
Not usually. This is a bit more too saccharine for my taste. I'm more of a vodka type of guy.
Make a charisma saving throw, Giselle. 15.
Yeah.
You take in a sip of this wine, and you feel the kind of warm kind of spread throughout your chest, and you clutching the book tightly to your chest. It kind of feels like a warm hug. You then notice on the back of your hand that you're clutching the book with is some silvery scripture.
What? What is that?
You can make an Arcana or investigation check if you want. Would you believe a 19 is not high enough?
I can't read it. Can you read it?
To Constantine. Has Sven frozen?
I think he has.
He's frozen.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I'm back. Disconnect.
That's so cool.
Giselle seems to have discovered some text written on the back of her hand in silver script. She can't make it out, and she's offered a handout to you.
Well, I can't read that. What's it? Did you just draw on your hand? You know, I heard kids do that.
No, it's on my right hand, and I write with my right hand.
I mean, you can write with your left hand. Not prettily, but you can.
Upside down.
With that, the door opens, this magical door, and Eamon steps back out through it, seeing you both holding a glass of wine with now inspecting this text on her hand. I was only gone for 2 minutes, and you started drinking?
Well, yeah.
Once a sea dog, always a sea dog. Now then, Giselle, what's wrong with your hand?
I don't know. I can't read it. It's only I just noticed it now. Can you?
He's going to do an Arcana check himself. To no avail. This is curious. He then casts Dispel Magic. Nothing happens. I'm starting to get concerned. Giselle, I've just consulted the records about where that book came from. And there's no other information other than the person who brought it here and where they brought it from. I'm not sure. Have you read it?
Yes.
What's it about?
You know the fairy tale of the queen, the Shadow Queen, and the princess. There's more detail on that.
You mean the Queen of Air and Darkness?
Yes, that one. Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of fairy tales about her. The book seems quite innocuous, but the effects of reading it seem most unusual, and certainly the magic that currently emanating from it's much more powerful than you would expect for a piece of script. You
mentioned that there are notes of who brought it in.
Yes. It was brought here by, bear with me, by a man with the surname Rylin. Makeel Rylin. Hold on.
Does this name ring a bell?
To you, absolutely not. It says he brought it here from Fandeval. I am concerned about this effect. Judging by the writing that's appeared since I left the room, the effects seem to be progressing. Giselle, we may have to take that book back to the Rylin family. They're nobles from Fandeval. Maybe they'd be able to shed more light on what's happening. I'm sure it's perfectly innocuous. The ability to read a Sylvan script, and one that now seems to be on your skin, doesn't seem to be causing you any harm. But I'm afraid I can't escort you there personally. Alethra is doing reading of a very sensitive book of her own, one that definitely is very dangerous. Constantine, you wouldn't be able to escort Giselle back to Fandeval, would you?
Am I getting paid?
Oh, well, you'd definitely be paid in my eternal gratitude, but I can...
Your gratitude doesn't pay my alimony.
I could speak to the prince about your alimony, and perhaps we could get those payments sorted once and for all. I can only promise to try.
I suppose that's good enough. I guess we do know each other for quite some time, so I'll take your word for it. This time.
Your trust is a never-ending source of my amazement.
Yeah. Start.
I can send you back to Fandeval. It's where I actually found Giselle. Changelings are extremely rare and somewhat revered in the Feywild. He ushers his voice to speak to you, Constantine, as he doesn't wish to disclose too much of the detail. But keeping her safe would be a job for someone befitting of your skill. Young changelings are vulnerable, especially in the Feywild.
Okay, just I know when you get into this mood. Just let me know. Just if you figure out what might come after her. I'm barely even speaking, just a little below my usual tone. If you figure out who might come from her, just let me know so I know whose jaw I need to break.
Well, Fandeval is in the domain of... Well, it's just outside the domain of the Queen of Air and Darkness. If you are accosted by any of her henchmen, I would resist. As long as you're in Fandeval, you're under the jurisdiction of the goblins, and they have no such ill designs on changelings or any other nefarious deeds. They're just quite chaotic.
Goblins, man, I suppose I can deal with them.
Very well. You have my gratitude. Giselle?
Yes, Father?
Pack a bag, dear. In fact, you can pack this. And he chucks you a bag. It's a similar looking bag to the one that he handed to Constantine yesterday, but this is a magical item called a Bag of Bounty, which has basically got infinite pack lunches in it.
Hey. So lunches then.
Yeah.
Can I put anything in it?
Yes, it also functions like a normal bag as well.
Okay. Pick out some sandwiches. Ayla, love this. We'll show it to him when I get back. And then she walks over to him and says, "Oh, there was something else. I had a really strange dream last night.
I honestly, Giselle, I don't have time for this, I'm afraid. If you follow Eridol down to the basement, he'll see that you get back to Fandeval with Constantine. I'm sure...
Wasn't the usual ones.
Oh, it wasn't? Perhaps we could discuss them when you return.
Okay, fine. Okay. I'll go and pack my bag.
Some time elapses. Eridol meets Constantine and Giselle in the basement where there is a teleportation circle. He then reads a scroll with an incantation which lights this circle up. Try not to be more than a day or two. Despite his demeanour, Eamon is one to worry.
Okay.
I do hate this part.
And as you step in, a brisk white light and an expulsion of air from the center of the circle passes over both of you. And you enter the city of Fandeval. I'm going to zoom out and then in. This is for everybody's benefit. So, just to give everybody a bit of a primer, the Feywild has like a light side and a dark side, a kind of dawn side and a dusk side, a summer side and a winter side. Fandeval is on the very edge of the jurisdiction of the Queen of Air and Darkness, beyond her jurisdiction, if you will. It's kind of like this bridge is where the Queen of Air and Darkness's forces cease their patrols between Fandeval and the Court of the Pale Roses and Merrymead Forest. People who are local to Fandeval, which is here, know that it's far away from the Queen of Air and Darkness's center of power, which is in the Alossi Mountains here. So it's very far away from the Queen of Air and Darkness. The Fandeval used to be part of the Winter Court and was presided over, or the Gloaming Court rather, and presided over by the Crow Prince. But he's kind of a throwback, a figurehead to a time of peace long ago, which has all but been forgotten. And when the Crow Prince abandoned Fandeval, he left it to the hands of the Shadow Goblins, who until that point had made their livings in the Saltwood Forest on the banks of the Shade Sea shore. So Fandeval is where we will be going. And here it is. So, Constantine and Giselle, you arrive in the Old Market Square. This is not the busy commercial centre anymore. That's the Saltwood Market. It's more of a historic throwback to the times of the Crow Prince. There are many statues, deifications of various archfey rulers of a bygone era. And it's doesn't really kind of reach the peak busyness that it used to. But you would notice immediately that this city is full of old historic ruins, kind of terraced houses that are not much better than kind of mud huts, kind of clay slate roofs. There isn't much nobility here to speak of anymore. It's got a kind of unusual mix of smells that come from the opposite sides. You have this kind of like dank, kind of fetid smell coming from the east, where the River Styx flows on that side of the city, and the kind of salty, fishy, briny smell from the River Leith on the left. And it's just that kind of mix is really comes to a head in the Old Market Square, where it's kind of off-putting. But that is where you have landed. I'd like each of you to make a perception check. Giselle, the smell, that particularly unique Fandeval smell is intoxicating to you. This is home. This is where you made your very earliest memories, which are hazy and scattered all but for a couple of familiar voices and faces in your mind's eye. Constantine, you've never been here before, and you are immediately put on the back foot because you've never seen such a civilized gathering of goblins. You might have fought them in their material plane hideouts and caves before, but these goblins seem to have like a unusual purple hue to them. They all seem to be this like particular kind of sub-race of goblins that seem to be friendly, jovial, smiley. You see a few goblins having a laugh and a joke at one particular goblin. Kind of poking fun and pointing at one. Lucas.
Hey.
Bear with me. I just need to get to where I was going. My notes are spread over 3 different books, so you'll have to bear with me. Hold on. Okay. I would like you to roll me a D20 and tell me what the result is, please. Oh, no, I'm sorry, a D12. What was it?
Net 20.
Yeah.
I totally wasted that 20.
Never mind.
I'll take that inspiration as a... Oh, wow. Holy shit. That's a 12.
Ah. 12 is GM's choice. Bear with me. There are a whole bunch of shadow goblins stood atop some crates just leading off the old market square, and each of them apply a large clothes peg to their extended purple noses as you walk by.
Here he comes. Zeb's coming. He absolutely stinks.
You busting balls as always, hi guys. Nice to see you.
No wonder he stinks. He's always crawling up his granddad's arse.
Hey, talking about my grandpa, Jed, right? You owe him some money, don't you?
No, I paid it back last week, 3-fold. We're all settled up. No thanks to you, Zeb. Why are you always telling on everybody anyway?
Hey, it's a job, It's a job. It's what we gotta do, I'll check up on that debt. You really don't want to have a debt to Grandpa, do you?
You're such a snitch, and you smell like garlic.
I like the busting jobs as the next goblin, but it's starting to annoy me a little bit.
Well, you're starting to annoy us.
And they immediately form like a goblin pyramid. And the middle one points at you. I want you to make me a charisma saving throw.
A goblin pyramid.
That's right.
Well, goblin pyramid, what's that?
The pyramid.
Yeah. They've combined their powers of chaos to cast a spell on you. And for the next hour, you will only be able to frown.
See you later, loser.
And they all like disappear.
Those jokesters. What's going? God.
Just huff.
You see Constantine and Giselle, you see these goblins all kind of dissipate, and then you see this one particularly sad-looking goblin. Giselle, I want you to make me a history check with advantage. Oh, still a bit. What could I say? Still a bit kind of reeling from the teleportation and the kind of nostalgia. Zeb, you can make one at advantage.
History.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 15 is enough. You see someone who you've not seen for many years, someone who you actually looked over and protected from the kind of nosy inquiries of people from the Gloaming Court. You recognise Giselle, and a changeling is a rare sight indeed, and it could only be her.
Was she like a kid?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, but she maybe she wouldn't have changed that much. She's so distinctive looking with her like purpley eyes and things like that that you would recognise her straight away. A slightly older version.
Wait, Giselle? Giselle? That can't be you, can it?
Yeah.
And just scurry over.
Hey,
I don't know who you are.
what are you doing here? It's me, Zeb.
Hi, Zeb.
Hey.
Do I know you?
Well, I mean, you might not remember, but I was I knew you. I really
You don't look too happy about it.
No. I was helping out. My grandfather. Well, not my grandfather. The grandfather is in charge over here. You've been doing a favor, and they try to find you. But you're here. I haven't seen you in years.
I've not been. I mean, I only recognise two voices. Would I recognise this one? Not really with the history check, I suppose.
I mean, he seems warm and convincing. There's not with the history check. It's like there might be now that he's made himself known to you, like a vague familiarity, but like that uncle that you saw at that wedding when you were younger, you kind of remember it.
Okay, but you sort of trust it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've not. This is the first time back actually, and it smells like home. It's great to be here.
It does.
Can you not smell that? The richness?
I can smell something. I wouldn't call it a richness.
I think it's great.
It stinks around here, for the lack of the better word. But I mean, it's great to see you. Where have you been? What have you been doing? And
it feels like I'm getting all these flashback memories. I live over in Najarim now.
Is that on the dusk side?
Oh no, it's not even. It's not here. It's far away. I don't know.
It's far away. Oh
yeah.
I've never been outside the city before. That's some crazy shit. Look, hey, you need a guide?
Yes. Well, I think we do. Constantine, you've never been here?
I can say that I had the pleasure, I suppose.
You some kind of wise guy? Are we gonna have a problem here, Slick?
No.
Oh, that's good. Why did you kill your dog? What did he do? Did he piss you off? What did he do? I don't want to do that.
You talk a lot for a goblin.
It's a good
we all
talk like that.
You do?
Yeah, I don't know. What are you here for? Do you would you want
well-
me to take you somewhere?
Well, first of all, can you read this?
What languages do you speak?
I don't remember if I took that. I don't think I did. Go through no, so it's just common and goblin.
Okay, so you recognize the language because it is written here and spoken here, but you know you can't read it. It's kind of for the educated Fey folk. It's Sylvan.
Oh, wait, I can't read that now. But look, the Crow Prince provides. Let me just.
I'm going to cast comprehend languages.
Okay. When you cast this spell, how do you invoke your patron's power? What does it look like?
He just probably picks up the book from the just hanging off or on a chain, and flips it over to a page, and just reads like a limerick, as the Crow Prince will always see you when you need to understand, my dear, what the other people wrote to you. And what's that? The Crow Prince loves you too.
As you feel emboldened with this power, the Sylvan just kind of warps in your mind to make it understandable on Giselle's skin. And it's just the start of a fairy tale about this princess. It's the princess of the Shadow Glass, locked in a blood feud with the Queen of Air and Darkness, the ruler of the Gloaming Court, the court that Fandeval is on the edge of. So it's kind of interesting, but it kind of just stops once you get past the opening paragraph at her wrist.
Well, it's why would you write a story, a fairy tale on your hand?
I didn't. I don't know where it came from.
Well, I mean, you're holding a book right there. Is that? Did you just? Well, I understand pages. 'Cause sometimes books you lose them, so you just decided to write it more permanent on your skin. Well, that.
No, I don't know why it's on my skin, but I think what you just said was actually the story that's in the book. Actually, or maybe.
Oh yeah, about the princess and the queen and all that stuff. Not never interested in those stories. The only stories grandfather told me is go get more money. that was the only story.
Your grandpa sounds like a very wise man.
Oh, he is. He's also a bastard, but yeah.
Sometimes it goes hand in hand.
You don't pick your family, do you?
I am. I didn't write this, and I need to find. So we need to find someone. I don't know if you can help.
Well, you need to find. I know people. I know everyone. And if I don't know them, the Crow Prince will tell me. I write to him, and you don't look too impressed when I mention his name, though. Why is that?
I don't.
We don't know who that is.
You don't. You don't look. Everybody knows who Crow Prince is.
Is he like a prince of crows?
He's the best. He's the absolute best. Oh, I've got stories to tell you. Over drinks. What's the? Who are you looking for?
We're looking for the Ryland family.
Do I know them?
You can make a history check.
Also, where is this Crow Prince?
Wait a second. It feels like this might be important. You know. Hold on a second. I'm gonna cast another little spelly here. 1 second. Oh, the Crow Prince knows everything, and I will know everything too.
I'm gonna cast Borrowed Knowledge, and I'm gonna make myself proficient in history for the next hour.
Cool.
Okay, so 5 plus proficiency, 5 is 10.
10.
It's better than 5.
With a 10, you know what you don't know, but you also know who might know. So you've never heard of the Ryland family, but just by virtue of having like the whatever family, you can infer that they are noble. And there are 2 ways you could go with this. Nobles seem to quite often kind of visit like local temples, like that's where the kind of more well-to-do people go and give to charity, etc. Or you can speak to the militia, who kind of make it their business to know everybody and where they are. So it's up to you who you would go to.
Oh, Ryland family, forget about it. Of course I know who they are. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no worries. Listen, we just gotta figure out. You just gotta figure out what the payment situation is going to be, and I can help you out. No worries. No problem at all. You know. What you know.
There
Yes.
isn't any.
There isn't any. That doesn't work like that in this city, my dear.
I mean,
I got
we
some-
can pay you to quote very dear friend of mine and also apparently surrogate father for Giselle here. We will pay you in our gratitude.
You funny guy. You are so... What's your name, friend?
Constantine,
Constipation.
close enough.
Yeah, okay, constipation. Look, yeah. I'll help you out if you think it's gonna work out, and then you'll be happy. We can talk payment later. It's fine. I know Giselle from before, so look, we gotta go.
Sandwiches. I can pay in sandwiches.
Holy shit! What kind of sandwich? Please tell me it's bologna, because I freaking love bologna.
I actually don't know, but put your hand in here.
He puts his head in it. Comes back out with like a packed lunch.
Roll me a d6.
A 3.
You come out with 3 sandwiches in your mouth.
Oh wow! Well, I mean, some of it used to be flesh, I think, but not sure about bologna. But I have been skipping on lunch lately because, well, times are tough. So just give me a second here.
Lucas, you asked
He's packaging.
Constantine for his name, and Constantine gave it to you. In the Feywild, that is power. You have now got the power to inflict 1 goblin curse on someone.
Right. Okay. Is there a goblin curse that makes somebody generous above normal station?
You very rarely are imbued with this power, as everybody knows everybody in Fandeval. But if you curse someone, who knows what might happen? It's random.
Okay. Yeah. I'll leave that. I'll leave that for later if he pisses me off.
Look, we gotta hit there's someone I know in the temples. People come in, pay their respects, like you pay respect for some, like God or whatever. There's some temples here. Just need to ask some questions, you know what I mean? And yeah, if you just follow me. But look, be careful. half these goblins want to steal from you. The other half want to pull some kind of prank on you. So just be careful. You're safe with me, though.
Hey.
Yeah.
Fully hypothetical question is, how do you resolve issues in this magnificent city of yours?
Oh, well, Mr. Constipation, it's a very good question as we walk. I'll explain it to you. Well, you see, that kind of depends how in family you are positioned. So if you just sort of like a regular worker, you know what I mean? Regular person, you could be a civilian, you could be like a regular button kind of thing. If you're moving up in the organization, then it's different. You gotta have permissions from your boss to kick your ass and whatnot, and so it really is. You look like you could kick some ass. I mean, look at you, fucking dog. What the fuck? Like, you could kick some ass for sure, but like, you gotta be careful who you're gonna kick your ass to. Like, for example, did you see these those little fuckers that was having fun and laugh at me just before you walked in?
I noticed.
They
seemed like a swell group of friends.
they connected though to a rival, so I mean, I could probably smoke them with like my Crow Prince power. I could smoke them all, but I can't. We have to work within certain established rule set. Otherwise, it's fucking chaos.
Yes. I get it. It must have been so hard to contain yourself from smoking them.
Well, I'm kind of used to. People here don't really respect the Crow Prince like they used to. Once before he was the bull, and now he's like meh. People don't really like him anymore. So, or don't even believe he exists. They're stupid because I write them. I write to him all the time.
Does he write back?
Sure, he does. Of course, he does.
Does he?
So.
Just make a deception check there, Lucas. You can do a contested insight check if you want there, Constantine.
Oof.
Well, I mean, it's not though. It's not like you don't believe him, but you have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. So you just accept what he says.
Fair enough.
I'm gonna lead them to towards the temple of Hecate temple, maybe.
The main temple region the main temple here is Sharoon's shrine of the river god. It wouldn't take you long. A few streets as you've been walking. Each of you can make a perception check for me. Okay. I mean, Giselle and Zeb don't really kind of, they're used to walking these streets. Although Giselle, you're starting to feel a bit more familiar. It's starting to come back to you as you pound the pavement. Yeah, I recognize that street corner, or whatever it might be. Zeb, you're talking and walking. You're not really paying attention to where you're going. Constantine, with a 14, you witness. Bear with me. You witness somebody, a live, like half giant type creature with one eye, like a cyclops, and they are walking their pet on a leash, just coming down the other side of the road. That pet is like a giant-sized bunny rabbit with a unicorn horn that's just like hopping down the road. Yeah, very weird sight, and it kind of sees you kind of gazing at this pet, and just says, "Oh, good morning."
Top of the morning to you too, as well.
They're just, it's just to exchange pleasantries. It's got nothing more to say. As you come round the corner, you enter the kind of the edge of the fish market, where this temple. It's like an old brass statue of a hooded figure that is kind of stood in the center of a boat that's mounted on some rocks pointing straight towards you. The brass statues is like suffering from like serious verdigris, and there's like loads of bird shit all over it. And they got sticking like an oar like down to the cobbled street below. And just behind that, you see this shrine. Again, it's got that similar kind of like brass and metallic features to it. It's one of the oldest, if not the oldest, building that you've seen here. It's got like creeping mold up the sides of the building, and it's like dimly lit from inside. You can see like ever burning candles of different dark colors, like blacks and purples, all lit around what you would know Zeb and Giselle even as the Shrine of Sharoon.
Are we here?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think you used to come here.
It's looking familiar.
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let me just find a familiar face. I'm gonna look for someone I might know. Someone might be a servant or someone in charge of like collections, or maybe even a beggar in front of the temple, or somebody I might know.
Okay. Just make an investigation check. I'll give you advantage.
$19.
You see a halfling scribe that you know, who is just going around and like relighting a lot of those candles with a like produce flame cantrip. The flames are like blue, and this particular halfling has got like you would know them as Alex, Alix, and they have like markings like almost like war paint in this kind of like dark black and like purple. They are a pleasant, if you would know them to be like a overly serious halfling who doesn't wield much authority within the temple, but is happy to have given you directions or be as helpful as they possibly can in the past.
Sure.
Hey, Alex. Hi, my man. How are you doing?
Oh, hello, Zeb. How are you?
Yeah, no, I'm great. It's been a while. Are you ever coming back to the poker night? Come on, we miss you.
Oh, I'm afraid you all took all of my money off me last time, and I won't be affording to come back for quite a few months, I'm afraid.
That is a shame. There's I could always spot you some. For small vig, it's not a big deal.
Make a persuasion check. Oh, well, Kelrywin is quite generous with his support that he offers us, and, can't help to have a little fun sometimes.
Do I know who is he talking about?
This would be a member of the family who has presided over this shrine for generations, and the youngest and most outwardly visible member of the clergy.
Yeah, he's been treating you well, then, I suppose.
Aye, well, got no reason to distrust him. Like people started talking when he was literally raised from the dead that he must be some kind of lich or something. But he's the same old Kilraywin to me.
Yeah, weird story. That weird story. What exactly happened? Did he talk about it?
Oh well, we don't just pray to Sharoon for safe travel up the River Styx. He's the guide of all souls, and as such a devout worshipper, if Sharoon sees it fit to return his soul to his mortal body, then who are we to argue?
It's nice to have a backup plan, eh? That's what I always say when I play my cards. Look,
If I remember rightly, the last time we played cards, you won with a hand of 6 aces.
That sounds like maybe something that would happen. Yeah, for sure. Look, I've got 2 people here with me. Look, they're standing over there. The purple looking, and yeah. Look, they might tip you some. They have a question. Innocuous, nothing too dodgy, but don't just give it away, Ask them for a little stush, That's what I'm saying. Could use it for a card game.
Alex, cringes a little bit and then nods. Good morning, young visitors. A human and a changeling.
Yeah, he killed his dog for some reason. Must have done something really bad.
I haven't had a dog in at least 5 decades now.
I think he's referring to the cloak that you're wearing.
No, not. Oh no, I'm stuck with that.
Well, welcome to the Temple of Sharoon, and may the River Guide's blessing be with you. Would you like to make a donation?
I turn towards them and just vigorously, you have to do this kind of persuasion thing, but I don't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of stare both down for a brief moment and then just kind of go, yes, we would. We would like to donate all of our gratefulness.
And sandwiches.
And sandwiches.
Well, in it. What gifts could the River God bestow upon you for such a generous offering?
We're looking for somebody, or family. The Ryman.
I'm sure you'll find them eventually.
Oh. Constantine, do you have any money?
What is considered a donation in these parts?
You never ask. You just give. Come on. You born yesterday, Slick? Come on.
Yes, I was. How did you know?
This funny guy.
I put my hand into the haversack and pull, I don't know, 10 gold, however much I can pull out with my fist.
Alex reaches up into your considerably larger fist, and as you drop in a handful of 10 gold pieces, let's say, he goes, "Oh, gold! It's awful stuff. It's the corrupter of souls, destroyer of minds." And you see him recite a prayer to Sharoon, "Oh, River God's blessing, make sure that this currency reaches its most worthy destination." And he blows on it, and the gold turns to silver, which he then pockets. It seems as though silver is just the preferred currency rather than gold.
Does it multiply? So it's 50 silver, or?
No, they're just really big silver pieces. Who are you looking for, dear?
The Rylan family, please.
Oh, I don't know the Ryland family, but if they've attended a service here at the shrine, then the young master will be sure to know who they are. You should go in and see him. But if you find him brooding at the window ledge or sitting in the complete darkness, don't be alarmed. He's gone through a lot in the past few years.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Alex. I see you next time, huh?
Not if I see you first, young man.
And as we walk away, he's just like, he's so bad at cards. I'm going to get all that silver.
6 aces, you say, eh?
Well, you know, it's different in Feywild. I don't know where you come from, but here six aces is not normal thing. Anyway, yeah, this person I only heard about him. The benefactor, his family is the main benefactor of this temple, and he's like, yeah, something. There's a lot of rumor about what happened to him, but like he died, and then he came back.
Mm.
It's
And
like
that's not normal around here?
Well, I mean, you must have clerics where you come from. Some powerful ones can pull some really crazy shit, right? So
No, I meant dying.
Oh, well, yeah, no. I mean, everybody dies. Just, you know, some people, like humans, I mean, quicker than like, you know.
No. You heard wrong. We don't die, right, Giselle? We don't die around there.
You don't.
No.
Yeah, no.
She's not a human, but okay. I can see we're gonna have a lot of fun together, Mr. Constipation. And I pat him on the back and try to swipe 5 gold from his sack.
You can make a sleight of hand check against what's your passive perception there.
That's the perception 15.
Oh shit!
You catch him with his hand in your pocket.
I raise him up in the air.
Oh,
Don't do that.
no. Well, hold on. No, it was a mistake. I didn't mean that. Look. I just wanted to see what you've got a lot of gold in there, like a lot, and you just walk around with a bag like this. You want to get killed? Because that's what's going to happen on the streets here if you carry a bag full of gold.
Giselle, while this interaction is happening,
Yeah.
you hear a voice in your head. Ah, so nice to be home.
Hello? Where's home?
There's no more response.
Giselle, you said something. I turn around, still holding Zeb in the air.
Could you put me down, please? I won't do it again. I promise. I mean, you've got good eye. That's good. That's good.
Yes, well, I do have only 1 remaining. I would like to keep it.
Yeah,
Also
I mean,
gold.
it's very good though.
I thought I heard something, but I didn't. I don't know. Maybe I didn't. Doesn't matter. Let's.
Giselle, have you considered that all of this, maybe you didn't read the book. Maybe you just, had a bit of booze or drugs. I'm not judging, I've done my fair share, but...
I did read the book.
Mm-hmm. And
And
is
then-
that book in the room with us right now?
It's here.
Okay,
He's a
just
funny
checking.
guy. This guy's funny guy.
I don't understand.
This loud conversation and kind of confrontation is disturbing the peace in your temple, Kelrywin. Would you emerge to scold them or just see to what their wants are?
I think I'll just watch them. I'd be perhaps in a dark corner. Candles around in the shrine, kind of like snuffed out to very low embers, and just almost to discreetly make them aware of my presence, I'll just kind of wave my hand and relight the candles around me. I'll just watch and...
Oh, look, there, we're going that way. You can let me go now. This is fine.
Yeah, let him go because he can go in first.
Jesus, freaking, your hands are huge. Jesus.
Thank you.
Right.
My mother gave them to me.
Yeah. All right. I'll walk to. Is there a door you have to knock on, or?
It's just like this. It's just like a cloister that you can see through into. What you see candles outside, a stone archway, and then a windowsill and a velvet curtain with a humanoid perched one knee up on the ledge, looking. You just see, two like pinpricks of light through a hooded silhouette.
Yeah, I'll get closer and just say, excuse me, hello, can we have a question?
I'll step forward and put my hood down. You'd see long flowing white hair, very, very pale, almost light blue complexion, handsome, tall, strong looking elven type creature, quite dark armor, cloak over, and yeah, I'll just walk over slowly and just then bury a question to me, young goblin.
Hi, I'm Seb. I don't think we met. I know Alex. So nice to meet you. You look good for somebody who died. Oh, sorry. Was I not supposed to say that? I have problems with social cues.
Oh no.
Can I would see that their eyes are sort of grayed out, like reflecting of the light and sharp, but almost completely grayed out. Kind of squint, and can I do I recognize Zeb, or have I heard of him? Do I understand who he is around Fandeval?
He did say his name, didn't he? So you can make a history check.
Okay. I'll cast guidance on myself. D4 16.
From the confidence with which he presents himself and the fact that he's escorting some like non-goblins here into the Shrine of the River God, you can infer that he must be on the books of Clay Nethersmoke, who is the goblin patriarch that keeps Fandeval just on the precipice of complete ruin.
Clay Nethersmoke.
Mm-hmm. Grandfather to virtually every goblin.
How was your grandfather, Zeb?
Forget about it. He's great. He's always great, Thank you for asking. Sorry to disturb. You were busy and all, but I've got some guests to our town, and they've asked for help, and you know me, or maybe you don't, but I mean, I'm very helpful. So I just thought I'd come in and maybe we ask you, or someone, or I mean you. Is that okay?
The River God gifted me a great deal of time. I'd be remiss if I didn't offer mine to you. How can I help?
Oh, we're looking for the Rylan family. If you know of them or heard of them, or could point them in our direction.
Have I heard of them?
You can make a history check.
I'll sort of concentrate and grip like just have a very simple string with a wooden ornament. It's an oar, and I just kind of like close my eyes and just kind of hold it. I'll cast guidance again, do a history check. $20.
You know the Rylan name. They are nobles who sponsor a lot of vendors on Fishwalk. They live on the other side of the Saltwood Market in some of the like the nicer neighborhood, like the old sandstone buildings. There's one or two noble families in Fandeval, and that's one of them. Not knowing them personally and being a member of the clergy, though, you'd be very reticent to turn up unannounced and not go through the proper channels. You might wish to go through probably a town official, militia person, guard, or a representative of the Crow Prince, if they had the proper declaration and paperwork, etc.
I'd be regretful indeed if new visitors to Fandeval attempted to make a meeting with the Rylan family without going through the proper channels. Perhaps we can see the militia and arrange the proper paperwork.
Yeah. Oh, so these guys are this type of right. I don't.
How long does this paperwork usually take?
DM?
If you want to get an appointment with a noble, it might take 24 hours, depending on how busy they are or how urgent the matter is.
Could take a day. I'm sorry, I didn't take your names.
I'm Giselle. Hi.
That's Mr. Constipation.
Yes, I'm Constipation, apparently.
I would, as I shake each of their hands, I would, you'd see their eyes just briefly go back to like living sharp, like bright blue eyes. And I would just cast Detect Magic to see, as I'm shaking their hands, if they have any magical items on them or if I pick up any weird vibes.
Okay.
Lots of weird vibes.
When you clasp Constantine's hands, you see, or you feel a warmth emanating from the metal circle, this like steel circle on his hip, and the eyes of this hound that had been skinned, pelt, and the pelt made into this cloak glimmer with a similar silverness like your eyes when you make contact. When you get near Zeb, the book that he wields seemed to emanate a particular aura, as well as like a big pair of scissors that are like oversized and like tucked into his kind of belt. But when you get to Giselle, you touch her, give her a blessing, and you take 2 points of lightning damage.
Yeah, I'd maybe just like fizzle and burn up his fingers a little bit, but he wouldn't really flinch at it and just sort of like a little bit of a concerned look. But he turned to Constantine. You strike me as a protector of sorts. On somewhat of a mission with the young lady?
More of it thrust upon me rather than willingly. No offense, Giselle. But yes.
It's a noble deed nonetheless.
Mm.
Whether thrust upon you by fate, all good deeds are viewed by the gods. And if you're no stranger to mischief, then that'll change before long. If you have this one in your midst.
I don't know what you're talking about. Forget about it.
If it's an urgent matter to find the Rylin family, then I can help you arrange the proper paperwork.
Yeah, please. It's pretty
Yes.
important.
It is, well, likely important.
Why do you need to see them? You didn't say anything.
Well, you read. Well, this came magically.
Oh, the weird writing. Oh, wow, yeah.
Just
You know
try
that-
to take this book off me. Or did you already try that?
No, you didn't say anything, but... What do you
Yeah,
mean
go ahead.
take
Try taking the book.
Can I do an insight check on this from Constantine?
Sure. Yeah.
I automatically, you automatically succeed as far as I'm concerned. He's not even hiding it.
Okay, fine. What's gonna happen? Is it gonna explode?
Well, I don't seem to be able to drop it. And I can't give it to you freely. But this is new. This wasn't like this yesterday, and we need to find out what's going on.
Did you glue yourself to a book? Because
Yeah.
I've done it. I've done it plenty of times.
No.
Do they have like a solvent, the Ryland family, that you're gonna... Is that why?
This book came from them. That's what we need to find out more.
And it has... Oh, wow. It has this weird story about the princess and the Dark Queen and... Wow. All right.
Yeah.
I want to know what happens, because I'm invested right now.
Also, I started reading Sylvan, which I didn't do yesterday. So we need to know more.
Giselle, do you wish to be relieved of the book? Or does it hold a special place in your heart?
I didn't know the book until yesterday. I don't seem to want to give it up, but I need to know why is this happening?
As you ruminate on that question, Kirsty, we're going to cut to you. You are on patrol in Fandeval, just doing the rounds, walking up the fish walk towards the river gate. And there is you see one of your clanmates stood at his post at the river gate. He looks like he's trying to attract your attention, like getting you to speed up. They're all black in fur, exactly the same as you. You may be quite closely related, but you would know this tabaxi as ticking clock.
I will not get faster. Stay the same pace.
Mm-hmm.
Him?
Mm-hmm.
Clock. Patient as ever.
Oh, V, it's good to see you. You're a little bit late. I was starting to get worried.
I'm here.
Turns out that somebody saw a changeling teleport into the old market square about 15 minutes ago.
Really?
Yes. But I have more concerning news. There seems to also be more activity from the north. Lots more of the Queen of Air and Darkness patrols. It's probably nothing, but we haven't heard from the Court of the Pale Rose since yesterday. They usually check in every morning, as you know.
Have we checked in with them?
I got one of the elves to send a message, but we don't know if it got through. I'll keep trying. Maybe I don't want to abandon my post, but I can go and check out on that changeling, or you can go.
I'd like to go, if that's okay.
Okay. I'm sure it's nothing. I'm just, you know me, I'm always very careful.
Maybe have someone travel north. Just
for
a few miles, see
dispatch a
what they
company?
see. Just a few people, I think.
Right you are. He speaks to a like pale looking elf dressed in like vestments who's like a volunteer with a spear. And she like nods and like has this almost glazed blank expression, and she acknowledges you, V, with her eyes closed before she mounts her white horse with like silver hair, and she points her quarterstaff forward as the horse like raises up and crosses the Sleeper's Gate across the River Leith towards the Saltwood.
Okay. Did Ticking Clock say where? Oh, it was the old Market Square.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd start there.
Yeah, you can make an investigation check if you want.
All right.
Oof, with a 25, there are a group of goblins that you know everything. They like to keep out of your way and are often caught wearing various disguises to keep like from under your radar. And what you notice is that all 5 of them are stood on top of each other's shoulders wearing a big trench coat and a hat, kind of wobbling down the road towards coming away from the old market square, coming towards you.
I'll walk past them and then turn around and then fall into step with them and go.
You see a broom with like a straw like at the bottom sleeve of the trench coat, like awkwardly go up to the head and like over.
Top of the morning to you.
Oh, good morning. Oh, you were so tall. Don't suppose you've seen anything interesting today, sir?
Oh, we've just going to the parade ground to what are we gonna do? Where are we going? I don't even know. Shut up. Just fucking
to eat some lunch.
All right, bozos. Enough of this, and I'll sort of swipe a leg and trip the one at the bottom.
The goblin acrobatics team collapses into the trench coat.
I told you that wouldn't work. She always sees us.
That getup wouldn't work on the blind guy that lives outside my house.
Oh, you have a blind guy who lives outside your house? Yeah, you've always seen him. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that we know where she lives.
Boys, Have you seen a changeling this morning?
What's it worth to you? Yeah.
A whole day. Me not bothering you.
All day. Do we get to choose the day? What if we made it like the festival day? I don't know.
The day will
Maybe
just.
the
day will just tell me.
Make a persuasion check at advantage.
Yeah, we saw a changeling, and they went with that no good goody two shoes Zeb. He's such a dork.
Of course, a changeling would teleport into Fandeval and find Zeb. Of course. Where'd they go?
Really bad luck. Oh, I don't know. Straight down the road towards the fish market, past the shrine, maybe.
You're good boys.
Can we get a reference? Maybe the Queen of Air and Darkness will take us into her company.
Who said something? I don't know. See you later.
Hey, wait!
And they just fall over each other as you leave them in the dust. I guess at this point you would cross paths as our party come out of the entrance of Shireen Shrine.
Mm-hmm.
You can smell Zeb a mile off.
When did we establish that I stink?
When I rolled a particular curse that the goblins put on you.
And has it been an hour yet since he got the frown curse put on him?
Yeah, it would have dissipated now.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's got the wide smile and see you coming.
Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm looking for you.
Are you now? Well, that's great. How can I help?
Who's your friend? And I'll point to Giselle.
Well, they're just some guests. You know, they came. I'm just helping them out. You know, like you do.
Is it true?
Okay. Okay. Being so rude right now. Giselle, this is V. She's the sort of arm of the law here. This is Mr. Constipation. He came with her. For yeah, I know, weird name, huh? This is V. And did your character come with us then, John? Yeah,
yeah, I'll definitely follow along.
Do you want to describe what they all see, Kirsty?
Yeah. A very tabaxi, sort of shy of like 5'8", 5'9", very short, all black fur, wearing all black, very kind of simple clothing. She has green eyes, a very swishy tail that seems like it's always moving. And did I say anything else? Very long whiskers as well, which are often kind of twitching too. And on her back is a crossbow, like a bejeweled crossbow, and she also carries a rapier on her belt.
Cool. Yeah, I don't think I would introduce Cal because I would assume that she knows of him. So I'm just kind of introducing the guests and say like, yeah, they just popped out of nowhere in the old market square and looking to do, talk to some people, and I can't tell you too much, because I mean you are the law, so you know.
Not exactly the law. I'm just trying to keep things fair.
Yeah. We're just helping them out, but they're nice people. Seem to be. Well, Mr. Constipation's a bit stingy, but aside from that, it's fine.
Maybe if you let them have a word in Edgewise,
Oh,
they
sure.
would be able to show me how nice they are.
And I look at them.
Hi. I'm actually from around here, but I don't live here. We're looking for a family, a noble family, I think. And we're just on a bit of a mission. Don't know if you can help at all, actually.
Why? Why are you looking for a noble family?
Well, we didn't know they were noble until Cal just told us it. But this book, it belongs to them, we think, and we need to know more about it.
Right, giving her the book.
Yeah. Try to take the book.
Don't try to take the book for your own benefit.
I'll try to take the book.
Oh, okay. Warned you.
Okay. Then you would take 1 point of lightning damage.
Ooh. Okay, I don't want the book. Fine.
It's happening to everybody that's trying.
Giselle, at this last attempt, you hear the voice in your head once more. Oh, you don't really want to give me away, do you? We're kindred spirits, you and I.
I turn to Constantine. I whisper, I think the book's trying to talk to me.
Hold that thought. I turn to the rest, three of them. Do books usually talk around here?
Depends on the book.
They don't not talk.
Turn back to Giselle. I don't have conclusion to that.
I don't.
I can try
What did it
punching
say?
the book.
You weren't meant to hear. Oh,
But he just told me.
he just asked. He asked a random question.
Yeah, it just randomly popped up. Nothing
Nothing to do with anything.
Hypothetical question.
Well, hypothetically, what the book said to somebody.
Hypothetically, I don't know what I can say. It's listening. The book is listening to us.
Seems probable. So, were you just going to march up to the gate of this noble family?
Well, whatever. No. Maybe. I mean,
the answer is always no until you ask. So, might as well go and knock up.
Or maybe you could use someone like me, whose precise job it is to work as a go-between the nobility.
How much is that gonna cost us?
It's my job. You don't have to pay me. This city is my office. You just come to me at work, or I found you.
You're the first person in the city that hasn't tried to swindle us.
I resent that.
Have you met exclusively goblins?
Yes, and this peculiar-looking gentleman over here.
At this point, crossing your path through the square is like a treant. It's got like birds singing in its branches. They've got this like hyper realistic color of like light green bark and like violet leaves. But there's a gang of goblins sat in its branches, and as you like slagging off the goblins as they walk past,
Hey, we're not all bad, you know. Well, nobody's got time for goblins, even in Fandeval.
and like one of them just throws like some garbage like towards you.
Can I catch it?
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Are you sure you want to catch it, though?
Oh,
shit.
oh.
Nice
Holy
roll.
shit.
Okay, with a crit. Bear with me 1 second.
Don't make it anything gross. She did a crit.
He throws it back, knocking him out.
What they've thrown is a ring. Maybe it was accidental, but it seems pretty weighty. Yeah, it's a. Hold on. Yeah, it's like almost like a signet ring. It's got like a really weighted top that's kind of in brushed silver, and it's got a skull logo on it.
Ooh.
While this is going on, sorry, just like before you catch it, I'm just casting Detect Evil and Good while I'm looking at the book after Giselle said that it was, or it seemed like there might be a voice coming out of it.
Okay, as you cast Detect Evil and Good. Hold on.
There's shit ton of Fae around you.
Yeah, there's obviously Fae everywhere. But yeah, yeah, it doesn't tell you like alignments or magic. It just tells you a location of one of those particular. Are you looking for someone in particular?
So
a type of being?
If she's suggesting that she's been spoken to while she's in possession of the book, firstly, I'm trying to see if there's like kind of, an invisible creature on her shoulder, if a creature is trapped in the book or anything of that nature. And then it also says that I can tell if a place or object has been magically consecrated or desecrated. So it'd be interesting to know that about the book.
All right. With using that spell, I'm going to get you to make an Arcana check at advantage. Because the spell itself wouldn't give you everything you need here.
21.
21 is just enough. You can tell that the book is cursed. However, as with that Detect Evil and Good spell, like focusing on the Fae, the curse has a boon and a drawback.
Okay, yeah, I would, as Velvet catches the ring, or maybe I just see it as just garbage, I just go over to her and be like, agile as ever. I put my hand on her shoulder and just kind of turn away just a little bit and whisper, a curse lies upon that book. Be interesting to keep an eye on this one. Great catch.
Thank you. Pretty nifty. Thanks, boys. Wave to the goblins with the ring now on my finger.
Hey, wait, that was my... And one of them falls out of the tree, like, as it walks away.
The tree stomps on him. It's like a wet goblin spot. That never happens to me. People never throw nice things at me.
Fallen out of trees before, though, haven't you?
Oh, trees, rooftops, garbage cans, you name it. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
So, the name of the family?
The Rylan family.
I know them.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you make a history check because you would know them. So the Rylan family, they in the Crow Prince's time, they were an esteemed house, and although they're still influential, they don't command nearly as much respect as they once did. you know the head, the current head of House Rylin is Evandre Rylin, a female merchant, veteran merchant.
Okay. I know them.
Can
So
you take us to them? Can you organize? We need to ask them about where this book came from.
I think so. It seems if you can't part with the book, it seems quite urgent. Does everyone need to come?
Well, I'm just helping here. But you arrange a meeting. We go talk to them. She sorts out the book. Bada bing, bada boom, and I get paid, and we're all happy, aren't we?
What are you getting paid for?
This lovely mister. He's promised to reimburse me.
Yes, with our
Or-
With gratitude.
He did give me a lot of sandwiches, so I kind of feel like I'm obligated to kind of follow through if they need anything. But I'm still hoping for a tip. You can always hope for a tip, right? You know.
Here's a tip, Zeb. Button it, and you can come.
I've never been in a noble house before, so hey.
Gee, I
But,
wonder why.
I don't know. They don't want me. Goblins or whatever. So, yeah, I'm coming.
You making your way there now, or are you leaving it to V to make the arrangements and round you up tomorrow? It's up to you. What?
Constantine
Okay.
will probably be impatient and just like, yeah, let's go. Just knock down the door if we need to.
Okay.
Yeah, let's probably go.
Okay. So you make your way not far to the north of the Saltwood Market to Rylin House. It starts to rain. I'm gonna just switch you over in a second. Give me 1 minute. Need to take your tokens with me. Hold on. Tricky. Hold on. So it starts to rain. The sky clouds over. Constantine, I just want you to make a nature check for me.
Mm-hmm. Ah.
Yeah. People were saying good morning earlier, and in the time that you've been here, just even though now it's raining, like the sun seems to be in the same kind of low point in the west. That's all you notice with that. You go to the north of the Saltwood Market to Rylin House as the rain starts to come down a bit harder. There are 2 guards posted out front. This noble house is adjacent to a small chapel. I've not put dynamic light on or anything like that, but you can't see whatever characters might be inside or objects. But yeah, it's a relatively old building with a small chapel outside and 2 guards posted up. Grey stone, clay tiles at the top. Neither of the guards look particularly impressed that they're stood out in the rain.
I'll go up to one of them.
Yeah, 2 elves. Good evening.
Good evening.
We tricked you. It's not the evening.
Oh, it's so dark. I'm V, from the Three Towers. I was hoping to see someone from the family inside.
You got an appointment?
No.
Well,
Can I make one for now?
unless you have an appointment, then we will have to confer with Miss Rylan.
Do that, then.
They look at each other. Just make a perception check. Oh, Jesus. With a 32, these 2 guards are identical. Not twins, identical.
Ooh.
And they speak in unison. You may not have noticed it straight away. When you ask whether you'd like to make an appointment, they both say, "I'll go and check," and one of them disappears while the other one stays there.
Cool trick.
One of them, the guard leans in. So, is establishing yourself as the law and order, even when you're not even from the Feywild?
I was born here.
Yeah, but you kind aren't. We're the elves. We're the real authority around here.
No, that's just rude.
The other one appears. And in unison, they both say, "Miss Rylan is indisposed and should be unavailable for," and they look at each other and shrug, "another 2 days?"
What do you say? Guys, can we wait 2 days?
I mean, can they be bribed? Constantine?
They really stuck up, these elves. Anyone's guess? Well, he clearly went and checked, so, like, even if they could be bribed. Unless he lied.
Well, if it's urgent.
If it's urgent,
We've got a book that's glued to somebody. It's really, really urgent.
These 2 elves look at each other and smile. Books are of great interest to Miss Rylan, but things are looking awful grey this morning. We need a bit of colour. What say, little goblin boy? Will you lend us a bit of colour?
A little colour? What do you have in mind?
You've got a colourful personality, and we like it.
Okay.
Why don't you leave him alone?
So, I mean, I could tell some jokes. I know jokes, you know. Like, for example, why did the chicken cross the river Styx?
They both say in unison, "We don't know. Why did the chicken cross the river Styx?"
Because it wanted to be on the other side.
We'll take his colour. and you can have your appointment. You can go. They open the door.
Oh, see, that was one of my worst jokes. I didn't want to start with something really good, because...
Has anything changed about Zeb?
Currently, no.
Do I have any idea of what what they were talking about, that kind of interaction really means here?
You can make anyone who is native to Fandeval can make an insight check at advantage. Was that 33?
Yeah.
Okay, 33, 25. You guys, Zeb, this is an unusual request. It's not something that you really clicked for you, but for the others. The nobility in particular, the powerful in the Feywild, trade in unusual things, immaterial things, humor, color, personality, jokes. Even though the offering of humor, like a joke, seemed quite innocuous, you know that it's liable to have possibly permanent effect on Zeb.
I'll draw my rapier and hold it to one of them and go, give it back.
He gave it over of his free will. You know as well as anybody that exchanges made in the Feywild are binding. Unless you want to take it up with the Queen of Air and Darkness.
I'll start with you first. And I'll jab him.
As you jab the one of them, in fact, roll me a d4. Okay, you jab one of them, they disappear, just like when they teleported away earlier. And the other one disappropriates into a cloud of bats. And the bats just fly away. And the door opens.
A bit theatrical, isn't it?
Zeb, I really think they've taken something from you.
Oh, everybody always takes shit from me. I know. They can have that joke. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll be okay. Just forget about it.
They take more than a joke, though.
It's probably, I'll probably have a really bad diarrhea or something for whatever. Stuff like this happens all the time. I'm sure he'll be fine.
I'll kneel down to Zeb and I'll offer you something in return. Why did the sleepy chicken visit the river Styx?
Tell me, why did the sleepy chicken visit the river Styx?
To go to the riverbed.
Hey.
Come on.
That is good.
You can see a vein popping up on Constantine's forehead, just sort of, nope, not dealing with this.
I'm sorry you had to play the straight man in the Feywild Adventures, Sven.
No, I enjoy it.
Thank you.
It's a good joke.
It's a really good joke. I honestly didn't expect you to be a kind of guy who tells jokes. You seemed so,
Hold on. Now that he told you the joke, did you take something from him?
No, the way it works in Feywild, you have to first give the bargain. He offered something freely. I didn't. There was no binding agreement here. So, I didn't take anything. I will take some of your gold later, though. You know what I mean? Just because how accommodating I was. You should part with some of it. You've got the whole backpack.
Shall we go?
No. I am under the impression that you don't like gold around here.
Oh no, it's just them. They like, you know.
No. It's all right. You don't have to. You don't have to pretend. I know that you don't like it. That you're just being, very nice to me. I will keep all my gold because I know it makes you uneasy.
Well, see about that.
Are we going through the fucking door?
Yeah.
Right. You step in through the door. Each of you make a perception check. V and Zeb, obviously. Zeb, as soon as you step through the threshold, your purple hue turns to grey, and V, it's like Zeb's turned like monochrome. He just looks black and white.
Well, shit.
He took your colour.
Is that
What they said.
That's what they said. Oh god, it really usually it goes away. I'll be better hiding in the darkness, though. Purple is really obvious.
Who knows? You might have a unicorn sneeze on you and you'll be fine again. I don't know.
It happens all the time. They usually piss on me, though.
When you go through the threshold, unfortunately the stat block here that's provided the picture isn't representative of what you see. You see an attendant, somebody in like dusty old like butler's garbs. Hold on. They're like a doddery old, like, imagine the butler from Lara Croft's house in Tomb Raider 2, like doddering around. Hello. Welcome to House Rylan.
Yes, we have an appointment.
Oh. That's odd. Nobody's made an appointment with Evandre in quite some time. I suppose the two gentlemen outside gave you some trouble, did they?
A little.
It's most regretful. My name's Tarrison. Welcome to House Rylan. I suppose you'll be wanting to meet with the lady of the manor.
Please.
Feel free to have a look round. I think she's in the dining room. I'll go and make sure she's ready to receive you.
Thank you.
They go away. And you're left in a reception room where you can see, old statues of various noble people stood in varying pompous stances. This place has seen better days. The carpet is kind of going mouldy at the edges, and some parts of it are like squishy underfoot. And you can see like a drip coming through the ceiling as the rain starts to come down harder.
Well, that seems easy.
Given the invitation to have a look around, I'm definitely going to have a poke about this room and see what I can see.
Okay, you can make an investigation check.
Can I offer guidance with that?
Sure.
In these troubling times.
D4.
Okay, 24. The statues are the most the thing that stand out to you the most. And Evandre does not have one dedicated to her, but there is one that is seemingly like being deliberately destroyed. Like the actual figure has been like chipped away at and knocked down, while the other 4 statues like still stand proudly and relatively untouched. Each of them have a name plaque kind of at the base of them.
Can I get the names?
Sure. So from do you want the ones, the intact statues or the broken statue?
I would start with the broken one.
Okay, the broken one is Machil Rylin, Machil.
Mm-hmm.
The others are Van, Hongern, Mia, and Sotis.
Mir.
Mia, Miah.
Okay. Cerulea. Okay.
Someone didn't like this one. One bit.
What was the name of that one? The broken one?
Makiel.
Remember that, Constantine. That's what Eamon said.
Yes, that I believe that was the owner or procurer of the book. Are these like previous lords of the house?
Copy.
Can I tell?
They're all of the statues, apart from Machil ones, are seemingly crafted with some esteem. It'd be an assumption to make, but there's no way to know for sure.
Does it look like the Makiel one has been destroyed recently or for like a long time?
Does anyone have proficiency with masonry tools?
Nope.
Then if not, there's no way to know. There isn't like dust like chippings everywhere, as if it's literally just been destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
They vacuumed.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Are you staying in this room?
She made it seem like we could wander around, and we could wander around.
Okay. Now, you would see that the door immediately to your left is the one Tarrison went through and shut it behind him. That one is not accessible. However, you can attempt to place yourself in any other room that you can see on the map apart from this one, and I'll tell you whether you get in and what you see.
Mm.
If you can control your tokens.
I'd like to go for this kind of, maybe looks like a courtyard.
We'll do it. Everyone place themselves, and then I'll find you.
I'm just thinking wherever Giselle goes, and possibly Zeb, so I can keep an eye on him.
Well, I'm going to the bedroom.
Okay. Okay, V, for that one, it wouldn't be immediately accessible, but if you try that door, you'd see that it's
Okay.
The rest of it, you can have, there's like pretty free roam. So we'll go Cal Rywin. You enter the greenhouse. Make a nature check. Okay. There's various carefully curated projects going on in this greenhouse. There's like nightshade, wormroot, and you see one plant that's got like very sweet smelling draped plumes of like light lilac that like seem to be like breathing almost as they nearly touch the floor.
Do I recognize anything about that type of plant? I've seen it before.
Not with that check.
I will, well, not holding my breath. I don't need to breathe, so I'll just kind of, I'll go and take a closer look.
You approach the big plant.
Yeah.
It's you.
I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
It's gonna eat you.
16.
As you step towards it, some of the petals spread apart, and you can see they're like lined with teeth, and the teeth like look sharp, like filed human teeth almost, and it just like reaches out menacingly as you approach, but you're quick enough to stop your approach.
Nice.
Zeb.
Yeah.
You are in a bedroom. The bed is made but completely untouched, and the fineries seem to be relatively modest. Like it's like basic set of like noble clothes. There's a fruit basket with some apples, red apples, like on the side. And there's a chest.
I'll take an apple. I'll put it in my pocket.
Okay.
And
Red apple.
And I will carefully approach the chest. I mean, you have to check these things, don't you? So I'm gonna carefully try to see if there's like traps on it.
You can make an investigation check.
Cool. 17.
As you get closer to the chest, it seems to be ticking in some way.
Oh shit. Is it started when I approached, or I just noticed it because I'm close?
You don't know.
Okay. Well, I haven't found any obvious like tripwires or anything that seems to be blocking the. So if I didn't, I want to try and open it. Take a look inside.
As soon as you touch it, the panels on the side of the chest like fold down, and then these like mechanical legs seem to like sprout out of each side, and then as they push together, it kind of pushes up the middle of the chest. Arms like force themselves out of the middle of the chest, and it turns around, and then the top of the chest like flips over, and you hear a very like distinguished voice. Hello. What are you doing in my bedroom?
Hello, Mr. Chest. How are you?
Please call me Davril. My grandfather calls me Mr. Chest.
Davril Chest. That is amazing. Are you you live here with the elves?
That's the best place to live. I mean, the new master, she's she's not got as much going for her as some of her parents, but I think she'll come good. House Rylan is an esteemed house with a fantastic history.
So I don't know if this like insensitive question. I do have a problem with social cues, but are you like a talking chest? What's up with that?
I was a gift from Queen Titania 900 years ago to House Rylan. And I am here to preserve the glory of the house and tell all who listen about the past glories, to make sure that House Rylan doesn't fade into obscurity. Can I tell you about the time that Hongern Rylan fought the denizens of the Shadow Realm and defeated 100-fold Shadow Kai armies with a singular golden sword?
You know what? Hold that thought. Just hold that thought for a second. I'll knowing that they are in the other room, I'm gonna cast message to Giselle and say, "Come over here. You're gonna want to listen to this."
Okay.
I'm in the bedroom.
Assuming that Giselle saw Zeb walk past, she'll say, or she'll just go to the bedroom.
Okay.
It's
Constantine, are you going with it?
We can't all fit.
Yeah, it's a bit cramped now.
Yeah.
Let me introduce Mr. Chest.
Davril Chest.
Davril.
My name.
Yep.
Well met. And what is your name, young goblin?
Oh, well, my name is Zeb, and these are my friends. Can I call you friends now?
Yes, by all means.
I mean, you've been calling me whatever you wanted up so far, so.
It's okay, Mr. Constipation. I will always be your friend from now on, if you want.
Oh, joy.
This Davril seems very knowledgeable about the house. I think because he knows the history and he's wanted to tell us.
Oh, okay.
So I thought I'd get somebody else in because, my memory to things is like my attention span. I mean, I'm a goblin.
Okay.
This goblin is excessively talkative.
Isn't he?
Hi, Davril Chest. I'm Giselle.
Well met, Giselle.
Good day. Can you let us know? Do you have any information on Makil Rylan?
Makil Rylan was a and a cog falls out.
Oh no! Let me get that for you. Is that like your heart?
I hit him in a face like a broken TV.
I'm sorry. What were we talking about? Welcome to House Rylan. Can I tell you about the time Hongern Rylan fought off 100 Shadowcar armies with a single golden sword?
I don't think he.
Yeah, it looks suspiciously like someone messed with him, so he can't say anything about,
Yeah. What about Van Rylan? Do you know who that is?
Welcome to House Rylan. Can I tell you about the time Hongern Rylan fought off 100 Shadowcar armies with a single golden sword?
Do you think maybe he just belonged to this Hongren one, and he just sort of programmed him to spread his deeds and whatnot? It doesn't seem as useful as I thought it might be.
Oh, I don't think so.
Maybe you're like him, belonging to other Rylands. How did you find this money?
It was just stood here. It was a chest before. Just like a regular looking chest.
But why are you in someone's bedroom?
Well, she said look around. I mean, he said look around. So that's what I was doing. I was looking around. Are you going to need this back, this cogwheel? Because it seems like it's a vital, important part of your inner workings.
He just kind of looks and where the central lock was, they're kind of two cylinders folded out into two eyes. and now the cog around that is the cog around one eye, and it's got like a spring, like just drooping out of one eye.
Can I try to fix it?
Sure, you can make a dexterity check. Do you have proficiency in tinkerer's tools?
No, thieves' tools, but not tinkering tools.
With thieves' tools, you can do a dex check and add your proficiency bonus.
Okay. Oh, I crit fail.
I'm blind!
I'm starting.
Who would step into my bedroom merely to blind me?
I'm slowly starting to back out between Giselle's legs.
I know you're there. You won't get away with this, goblin.
Giselle backs out of the room too.
Close the door behind us.
Very, very carefully close the door and pretend we haven't seen any of this.
V, you come across a polished wooden, like a thick, polished and varnished wooden door with a silver handle and lock, but it seems to be locked.
Can I try listening through the door?
Yeah, make a perception check. Oof. This inquisitive rogue man. Yeah, you are confident that it's completely silent and there is nobody on the other side.
Then I'm gonna try and pick the lock.
Okay. Do you have thieves' tools?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can make a dexterity plus proficiency check if that's what your character would do.
No,
that was a good dig. That was a good dig.
That was a really good dig. No, then I won't.
I didn't stop you. I didn't stop you. As you linger against the door, you see Tarrison come from the same direction that you did. Miss Rylin is ready to receive you in the dining room now.
Oh, I'll get everyone. And I'll dash around and try and hustle everyone together from various scrapes.
Okay. So you can all go in if that's what you want to do. Yeah. Sorry. And tired and subdued, Evandre Rylin kind of is slumped into a big chair at the head of the table. Good afternoon. Welcome to House Rylin. How can I be of assistance?
Giselle, do you want to explain?
Sure. Hi. I'm Giselle. Do you know anything about this book?
I've never seen it before.
Inside check.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, just
Got
you can
passive
roll.
insight of 20 if that'll do it.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
these is even higher, but bear with me.
Do you want me to roll?
You can both roll, it's fine. Just give me a sec.
$29.
You asked whether she's ever seen the book before, and she seems honest in that. She just didn't seem particularly interested.
Giselle then reads out the title of the book. A Scrivener's Tale. Have you heard of it?
Why would I have heard of it?
Oh, I understand it comes from the Rylan family.
Specifically,
Michael?
one by the name Mahel.
Machil Riling?
That's the one.
God's sake. What's in it? Some defamatory scrawlings, a list of debts incurred. What's the book about?
It's the story of the the fairy tale, the Queen of Shadows and the princess and the battle between them.
You could be describing 20 Tales, my changeling friend. Come here, let me have a look at it.
Sure. Giselle goes with the book and opens the pages.
She reaches out in an attempt to bring it closer and takes 2 points of light. It's Although when she gets closer to you, she notices the writing on your hand and withdraws, steps back, gasps. What's happened to you?
I don't know. That's why we're trying to find out. This book came into my life and I've read from it and now I'm attached to it, and now anybody that tries to take it seems to get hurt.
I know this book. This book did that to you, didn't it?
Yeah.
My uncle came into possession of this book in a vault deep beneath the ruins of Delimbirian. Just spelling it. Oh, Delimbirian. Do you know it? There's no courtiers amongst you. Suppose I better explain. Delimbiran is an ancient Fey city, a ruin now, in a place called Thalorm. My uncle came back from there seeking goodness knows what glories and fortune. But he never let go of that book. Seemed to covet it, just like he coveted his gambling winnings and information to trade. He was a treacherous swine. He gambled all of our house's wealth away and never recovered. This place is all but a ruin and a tomb to his legacy. Well, when you get that far in debt, eventually it catches up with you. I'm sure whoever it was that extracted what they were owed from my uncle did it with much relish and glee.
What happened to your uncle?
Oh, like I said, his exploits will have caught up with him.
I mean, is it? Do you think this book is kind of dangerous to have?
It did make him behave strangely. I kept his notes just in case anybody came looking for gambling debts, records, whatever it might be, just to prove that not all of this house's gains were ill-gotten. You're welcome to take a look around the study if you wish.
Yeah, absolutely.
She reaches behind her and just opens this slide door. Listen, if this book or my uncle's exploits has brought you misfortune, I pray that it's only a fraction of the misfortune that he's brought me.
Oh, great. Let's Constantine, let's go read those notes, yeah?
Sure. Yeah, you do the notes. Pardon me, miss, but we are here to get rid of the book.
I told my uncle to do the same thing many times. He never would.
Never would or never could.
He's as stubborn as they come, Makil. I was sick of arguing with him. I never tried to take it from him forcefully, but come to think about it, I never saw him without it.
He has a habit of zapping people who wants to take it, so it must have been difficult.
You said that his exploits caught up with him. Was it at the hands of goblins? I feel like it could have been at the hands of goblins.
Trying to say, it's like, I don't resent that.
Well, I remember before he acquired the book, he spent a lot of money. He hired a river guide and he kind of looks now towards Cal. Someone dressed very similar to yourself. A long time ago now. Years. Spent a lot of money on mercenaries, the river guide. When he came back, he was on his own. I only assume that the debts that he must have incurred were what caused people to track him down. I don't know if it were goblins or I never found his body.
I'd go up to her and I'd kind of put my hand on top of the back of hers, and I'll cast guidance as I ask her, do you recall the name of companions that took him to the River Styx?
Are you asking about the mercenaries or the river guide?
The river guide.
Okay. I need to make a history check. Give me a sec. Roll 20 character sheet. It's not the best. He's tall elf with silver hair and similar complexion to yourself. You know, you could be related. I don't recall his name.
Could it have been Volwyn?
It doesn't ring any bells, but if you're looking for him, this trip was many years ago. I'm sorry for your loss.
If you'll allow us to look at those records. It'd be greatly appreciated.
You're welcome to it. You would notice as you cast guidance on Evandre that her skin is cold.
Mm.
Mm.
Does she seem, I mean, I have experience. She seem dead cold?
You can make a nature check if you want.
Make
Nature.
an on the nature check.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh.
Ooh,
got a lot
she's
of
got bad
mines.
circulation,
there.
mate. She's got very bad
Yeah.
circulation.
yeah.
Raynaud syndrome. So yeah, she pulls open the sliding door and allows you to see what you can make of Makiel's old.
As everybody goes in, Zeb is sort of last to go in, and as he kind of walks past her, he sort of gets closer to her ear, same height, probably, and says, "You know, it's not for naught, but I mean, if you needed like a loan, a startup loan to get this place back, you know, grandfather has really nice rates on the VIG, and if you mention my name, he get you a few points off. Not for naught, you know, just saying."
Although that is an attractive proposition, my young goblin friend, I'm just intensely distracted by your coloration. You're most unusual.
No, please, it's your gods. They took my collar. They thought it was funny.
She stifles a smile.
Can
And
you get it back? Just, as a favor. I don't mind it too much. I'm not a vain person, Or if you can't, then just forget about it.
If you exchanged your colour for some information, then I suggest
No,
you
it
take
was to get in here. Actually, they are really bad gods, really bad gods. Because you told them you're too busy, and then just for a favor, just let us in. How does that work? I would fire them if I was you. Just saying. Just
Make a
saying.
persuasion check. I'm
24.
not- They've been long-standing guards at this house, and an intensely dull job. They have to make their own fun. But if you want to take it up with them, they sleep in the chapel next door every night. You can catch them bright and early.
Ah, I get you. Catch them bright and early. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you.
So, the study. Anyone who's looking can make an investigation check.
Paul just walks into a window.
Oh,
Oh my
We-
God! Do you
we
just
walk
bump?
into each other.
You just bump into each other? That is
Okay.
something.
Now that is a group fail because
Wait, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't roll, but I will probably not make it better. I only got +1.
you need a crit.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 crit fails is 4 losses. And that
Right.
last one wasn't high enough. So I can give you some information, but not what you are looking for. Who got the high? We've got joint highest V. Oh no, we've got V is the highest, and then Giselle. So V and Giselle, you can roll me a d6. Okay. So with a 3, you find a folio from an unknown tome which details the history of Delin Byran and Falorm. This place is also called the Realm of the Three Crowns. And it was one of the many kingdoms of the Old North. The Old North is beyond the Olossi Mountains, way outside of the Gloaming Court's territory. Tucked into that folio is a sheaf of notes written in a nervous hand. The notes talk of Makil seeking what's called the Shadow Glass, which he expected to be a great treasure. V with a 6. You find a stack of old bills marked past due and an unsigned and apparently unsent letter from Makil.
But sealed?
No, unsealed as well.
Oh. I'll read the letter.
To my family, forgive me the vanity that took me from you and must soon claim my life or soul. You know how ambition corrupted my love for you, and I pray that someone avenges the evil done by Nintra Ciota, Princess of the Shadow Glass, Lady of Dread Omens, Seeker of the Three Crowns. But spend not your own lives against it. The scrivener bound her in his haven, and only there I can be free of her. But it is too late for me. Make an insight check, my rogue friend.
30.
With a 30, it seems as though this coded letter is from a man who knows he's being pursued.
Ooh.
The scrivener bound her to her haven, and only there can he be free of her. Did I remember that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct, Sven.
Hmm.
Can we get that letter copied out at some point?
Yeah, I can type it out for you.
Thank you. Or like just a photo of it or something.
Did you read it out loud to everyone or just yourself?
I would have read it to myself first and then read it out loud.
Cool.
What's a scrivener?
Like
Yeah.
a clerk? Someone who takes notes? I think.
Do scriveners do a
Yes.
lot of binding of eldritch entities?
I don't think it's part of their day-to-day job.
Was the scrivener with capital letter, as in like it was somebody's like title / name, or was it a small letter done?
Pardon? What are you asking me?
Scrivener in the letter, was it capitalized, as if it was somebody's like personal title / name?
No. It was just normal scrivener, so describes someone's actual role rather than title.
Okay.
And is that right that a scrivener is like a sort of kind of note taker clerk?
A scribe,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm a scrivener as well for the Crow Prince. I write to him. I have the journal. He asks me about things, but I don't think that's the kind of person we're looking for. So,
I mean, maybe it doesn't even matter. Like he said, that he can only be free of her there. If we assume that the book, which is a speaking book, we just need to get Giselle over there.
maybe you should just ask the book. If it talks to you, maybe it tell you something interesting.
And what's the worst that can happen?
I had a weird dream last night. I think it was her.
What do you her?
This Nintra. The otter. She's looking for 3 crowns, right? Well, I dreamt that I saw 3 crowns last night in a tower.
That's weird.
Good.
Yeah, dreams have different meaning to Fae folk. There's a lot of hidden stuff in it.
Giselle, can you describe the tower?
It's like an army in the distance, and I just remember this feeling like I needed to get into the tower. Can't really remember much. It was tall. I went in. I saw 3 crowns. Chose one.
Ring any bells with me as she starts to describe it.
You can make a history check.
I will use guidance. And I'll also use... there's an ability I have, Memories of Past Life.
Ooh.
Oh, I love
Knowledge
that one.
from a past life.
Mm-hmm.
So I can put a d6 on there as well.
Guidance plus memory of past life to make it 22.
Not bad for a 12.
Nice.
So, as Giselle, best she can, describes the place from her dream, you all see Cal kind of zone out for a second. Cal, you are transported back to Falorm, to the Tower of Delun Byran, facing down your foe, the one that you were sent to eradicate, and the foe who ultimately bested you. You died there. You know exactly where the haven is, and it refers to the haven of the Red Quill. The haven of the Red Quill is the birthplace of Nethermancy. And I think that would be an opportune point to leave it there.
No.
I knew cliffhanger is coming.
What a great roll at the end there with a 4 and a 6.
Yeah, summoned everything he could to drag that out.
So you guys can plan your next move. The next one, I think we're pretty much right on schedule. So thank you for being patient if you didn't get a turn straight away. I appreciate that. But yeah, I think it's be a bit tricky to embark on the next part at 20 to 11. So yeah, we'll end the stream there, John, if that's all right.
Yeah, can't wait for next time.
Thank you very much.